All right. All right, we have a few things to go over today. Um, Namely, I fixed the mod. I fixed it. And I broke it again. So I gotta fix it. From the brokenness. And just make sure that the new version, the new update, is as solid as it can be. Because there's some under the hood sort of changes that are pretty vital for stability and stuff. So there's some fundamental like bug fixes, especially when it comes to like the pipe system. Robert gracefully helped with a lot of the bugs and narrow down some of that stuff. So being able to track those down specifically really helped. So now is the time, like, for people to say, hey, this thing doesn't work, or that thing doesn't work, or hey, what about this? Or even ask questions about what the future of the mod is. So I like doing these dev streams on Wednesdays, and that allows for like interaction. If you like the mod or any mod that I do, or have a question in modding in general of what the base game, it's so much easier to cover it in this format and to answer questions than somebody in Discord asking a question and having a wall of text that tries to explain it. It's nearly impossible to do that and have people understand. So I much prefer answering questions with this kind of format. So with that in mind, what I did a test. One of the things I did is I went through and removed a lot of the Mark Dirty events. And if we go through an example of that, if we load up the electric bee behavior, this is a behavior, this is an entity behavior that's required for electrical power. Okay. This thing is the main primary interface, right, of the network, of the power network. So any mod that you add that adds machines would use this behavior ideally as the interface. So it's a pretty mission critical thing, and it's been what I've been. One of the things I went through is I removed a lot of these Mark Dirty events. Okay. So just as a precaution, I was removing these. Well, like any major interaction with power, right? This cheat power, this is used for either debugging purposes or in cases that you just need to fill it just in a shot. And extract power is what you use to pull power. Receive power is what you use to push power, right? You're pushing power, you're receiving power. The block that this is receiving power. And so here's the block entity, or the Mark Dirty event. So, right? So I removed the Mark Dirty's events just as a test. Right? This is not like, because, again, something Robert said to me kind of stuck in my head like a I don't know, like a tumor, and I just couldn't shake it. So I've gone through again, add connection, remove connection, all of these. So I just like really ensuring everything here is good to go. Well, what happened is what I anticipated happening, and that's like the batteries and the transformers. They're just like, for some reason, they just sit, and the power is getting to the machines, right? Power is in the system. It's being moved around, but it's not, the client is not getting updated, right? You're not seeing any numbers change because there's no mark dirty event. So I have to sit back and rethink this on how do I approach this? Because it was firing that mark dirty event, right? This is why it's stuck in my head. It was firing that mark dirty event anytime you would interact with the power, right? And so in a network, and also, Robert, if you're listening, it's a tiny amount of data, right? It's a tiny amount of data. It's not megabytes or gigabytes. It's a tiny amount of data. But it is data, right? It is contributing. So it's firing that event anytime you interact with the power. Well, the electric network runs 4 times a second, right? And let's say you have 10 machines on a network. 10 machines. And the network is going, right? You have machines processing, you have all of this stuff going on. Well, that 10 machines is processing power 4 times a second. You have 40 mark dirty events per second. That's a problem. Like that's why it's stuck in my head, because I did the math. I was just like, oh, I didn't know when I initially told you, Robert, right? I didn't remember that the extract power and receive power had mark dirty events. I did not take that into account, that these primary functions had mark dirties. I thought it was just the machines, right? Which is why I have the whole sleeping mechanic, right? The machines have a sleeping mechanic where they just go to sleep and they don't update as frequently. So that's why I was thinking like, oh, the mod is not causing that, because the machines can go to sleep if they're not being used and they tick less often. Well, if the B behavior is firing the mark dirty events and you have 10 machines, that's 40 per second, which is too many, right? So, but the side effect of that, of taking out all of these mark dirty events, if we fire up the game here, it's gonna take a hot minute. I added another mod, the farm survival mod. I updated, so it's gotta redo all of its Duvalakis, whatever it does behind the scenes. So debugging is always a fun thing, but the important thing is there's no errors, right? This would print out errors if there were errors in like JSON and stuff. So this is why this is in dev mode. The game is in dev mode for me. But it also allows me to track if there's any memory leaks and stuff like that. This is how I found memory leaks in the base game. So you can see like there's no power in there, and there's a little bit of power in there. There's no power in there, right? So why is this not getting power when this has power, right? Why is this not delivering? Why is this not delivering power into that, which then delivers power into that? I don't know. This is what we have to debug. But this is the transformer. This is taking the MV connection and then outputting an LV connection. Okay. So I want to pull this off. And then we're going to put a little bit of fuel in there. And a little bit of fuel in there. So here we have power. It's going nowhere. Right? So you can see the power number here is changing because these machines are marking dirty. This is not. This thing and this thing are very dead simple blocks, right? These are not ticking on a normal ticking rate. They don't need to do any internal ticks. The only thing to update these, right, was the behavior. That's the only thing that that the game was using to update these. So how do we fix that? These are outputting power. So these things are receiving. They should be receiving some power. This has got power because these machines here are actually ticking and they're actually marking dirty, right? They're doing what they need to do. But these two things are not. So we need to figure out, okay, how do we tackle this? Well, there's two ways to tackle this, because we have to at some point mark these dirty so they get resynced with the client. Right? Because we're not seeing any data change here because the server is updating, right? The number on the server is updating. But that data is not being broadcast to the client. And that's why I'm not seeing it. Right? So how do we do this? How do we fix this? Because if I log out of this world and log back in, these numbers, especially this one, right, will have more power. And I say that, and I have my fingers and toes crossed, because, you know, if it doesn't, then I got something really wrong with the system. But yeah, there it is. 21,000 power is now in there, and this has got 2,200, right? So we have power. These are still going. These are now, they have more power because they were filling the whole time, right? The whole time I was sitting here, these were running, these were filling, but they weren't reporting back. So what do we do about this? How do we fix this? There's two ways. Way one is I put back in the block updates or the mark dirties in receive and extract power. That's one way to do it. So we have somewhere in here, I can't even remember. There it is. Receive power, right? There's the mark dirty event, and one here. Extract power, there's the mark dirty event, and one here. They're in there twice because there's two different scenarios that it could be used in. So anyway, these mark dirty events again would be run every time the power is interacted with. So why GitHub? So I'm less inclined to do it in here again. Like, less inclined to put these back because that would probably be bad. What I could do, very simply, is those blocks, the power blocks, the batteries, and the block entity battery, right? So the block entity battery is an electric simple BE. The block transformer is also electric simple BE. And I believe the relays somewhere is my block entity. Oh, it's not an electric. Yeah, it's not the relay. Believe it or not, the relays are not in the same mod as the electric network. The relays are in the catenary mod. And all they care about is catenary. Where is, there it is, electric BE relay. Is, again, it's just a dummy block entity. It technically wouldn't need to be a block entity, but the problem with that is if it's not a member if it doesn't have the I electrical block entity interface, right? If it doesn't have that, my network is built to detect that interface. Like if a block does not have that interface, the system does not like it, because that's the commonality between everything. So I'm less inclined to do it in the behavior, but I could add it to either the transformer and the battery, or I could add it possibly to the electric simple BE, which doesn't really do anything. It's got some very basic stuff for as a base class, right? Because its next base class is a base game block entity. So this is essentially like, it's an abstract class, but it's got a bunch of stuff and things in here. And so I could have a little thing that updates the words. Something that updates the block at a low frequency, right? What the outcome of that is if you're looking at the block and the power number, it's gonna update maybe every half a second. And so every half a second, it's gonna fire that update. And so your numbers will change dramatically, and they won't be smooth numbers, because to get the smooth, like, ooh, this is filling up and filling, like really, really finite changes, requires many block updates, right? Mark dirties. There's no way around that. How else do you broadcast the data to the client other than doing it, 10 times a second? And if you're doing it 10 times a second, that means every block is doing that. So what we want to do is do something at a low frequency, but frequent enough that it's, you're not. I'm not going to get a bug report like, hey, the power is jumping around or whatever, because that's going to, like, people who respond to me and say, this block is not actually doing 100 power per second. It's like, no, it is. It's actually doing a little bit more than that. I have little things in the behavior when it calculates its power per second. I actually increase that a little bit, right? Just to round off, like, so it's actually doing a tiny little bit more than that amount of power per second. But they're reporting that as a bug because the UI is jumping around, right? The fact that they're machines, it's not a smooth power bar. It just, people are like assuming that it's a bug, and it's like, no, I've thoroughly debugged these, and the power per second, right? It depends on what the delta time is. It's all based on that delta time, which is a fractional number of seconds. Well, you get rounding errors, which is why I do the plus equals 2 on this. Okay, so now we have a fixed idea. We could do the electric simple BE. And let's do the let's do the initialize if API.side equals server. API.register. What is it? Event. Register event. Game tick listener. What kind of, this returns a long. So let's do long. Okay. Void tick float. Let's see. I just got to verify that this is how I do this. I always have to double check all of my Dualakis here. Let's see. Let's just pull up some random block here. There it is. New action. Okay. I wasn't sure whether I needed like this. Right? I didn't know I needed a new app. It's not like I'm newing this, but all right. So there I need the accessibility modifier must be more restrictive than the property or indexer. What? Whatever. It's private already, so right. I don't know how to get it more restrictive than private, but whatever. So this will create a listener, right? It'll create a tick thing on the event bus. Not ideal, but it's better than ticking the block 4 times a second. And in the case of the transformer, it's actually ticking 8 times a second, right? Because you had 2 different networks interfacing with the transformer. Each one of those was ticking that transformer, right? They were doing the mark dirty. So like one side was doing the receive power, and so it was like that transformer was getting hammered with electric power updates. So to smooth that curve and say, you know what, instead of 8 times a second, let's do it 2. How about that? So the electric simple BE is used by 2 things. So this will be a good test to see, if this actually works. The other thing we need is some coffee. Is something to track. Well, yeah, we need something to track private int client update bouncer equals 0. This actually has to be a float, obviously. So the client update bouncer, this is the thing that controls whether or not we're going to actually send an update. So then just the game tick here is a dead simple if client update bouncer is greater than, well, how do we want to do this? We're already delaying, the tick listener is already being delayed 500 milliseconds. Normally I would do this, like this is part of my machines, typically in the update loop on some of them. Yeah, some of them don't have it just because a lot of my code of this game is just like, I need to get it working and then I need to go back and refactor it. And that I'm in the refactoring mode right now, like going back and making sure stuff is standardized. So on game tick, this is only going to run every half a second, right? So mark dirty true is what we want to do, right? We're going to mark that dirty if listener ID is greater than 0. Okay, and then come down here, on block unloaded. I think this will automatically, removes the game tick listeners. On block broken. We want if listener ID is greater than 0. API dot event dot remove register unregister listener ID. Generally, I'm pretty sure this function also will remove, right? This one says on block unloaded. This will remove the game tick listener. This doesn't have that in the description. I'm sure it does, but just in case, we're going to do it anyway, because we don't want that game tick listener like lingering in the background. So with that, this system now will update this block entity twice a second. Now, I could tweak this value. I could tweak that value to be something else if it came down to it. The reason it's on this simple BE and not the block entity of like the extruder, which is a more complex electric container, because these are more complex machines and they tick. They have to tick. Now what I could do is standardize all of my ticks, and that is something that I could refactor through the whole mod, is put the actual tick listener in the base class with a function that's called, but that I can override in a class, right? I would have to test that. I don't want to do it now because that might open a can of worms that would not be good. So yeah, this is one of those, like, I don't want to do it now because we're close to a new release. Okay, so let's F5 it. Let's build first. Make sure I didn't do any drastic problems. Okay. Did you affect the LV battery? Yeah, the LV battery is using the same function. So the LV battery now is part of this change. But as far as the functionality of the battery, it should be the same. And we can obviously test that. There you go. Now we're seeing updates. You can see the power in here going up steadily. And what the system is doing is it's balancing based on the percent full. Okay? So this is 81%. Well, this is near 81%. It's within like a 2 or 3% margin. So there's a 2 or 3% margin. So getting this to exactly 100% full would mean this thing has to be 100% full. Like, it's the system, the higher the pressure, and it's kind of simulated as a pressure, right? percent full equals pressure. So it's simulated as sort of a pressure. Well, the higher the pressure, the harder it is to get that to go to the next one. So it should fill, like this is already 100%. This should, right, it's getting within 3%. Like I said, it's a 2 or 3% margin, depending on the rounding error. And so, oh, here I go with the food again. Every time. I gave myself blue cheese this time because it's way more satisfying. Even though I would never, ever eat it in the real world. Eating fungus. Num, num, num. So, like, this is full now. These are good. So if I put ingredients into here, I want to take out that and take out that. I want these to... What's the burn time? Okay, burn time is... Oh, it must have... Yeah, it must have grabbed... Damn it, it grabbed one. Because the temperature is going up. So it must have grabbed a charcoal before I get it. So what I can do is... I'm going to just disconnect you and you. They'll fill up and stop, and then this is heating. The kiln is a massive power sink. It's one of the most power hungry machines in the mod right now. So now this thing is running at 200 power per second, and it's pulling power from the system, right? So right now, they're like I don't have all of the features done, but the MB network itself is working, and it's working as expected. Like if I put another battery down and I get the MB wire and I'm like, here, do that. Well, now this thing is way fuller than these, and so it's the MB network is going to try to rebalance itself while this thing is processing. Right? And I just wanted to show off the fact that I've got lime making quicklime in here now. So you can do that. And so here we go. This is now quiet. Right? So 35, 35, 34. Again, it's within a margin of error because of rounding issues. So now the network isn't asleep, nor do I have the blocks go to sleep ever. The simple block entities, nothing goes to sleep because again, these don't need to go to sleep, and if they go to sleep, that's a problem. They always have to be ready with their power, and the only reason they're ticking is to update the client, and that I don't know of any other way to do that, right? But this now the update is it relies on the block rather than the network. So the network isn't ticking, or the network isn't forcing the mark dirty anymore. Now it's just the blocks. And they can, the simple ones like batteries, transformers, the simple ones are updating just twice a second. These still update 10 times a second. And I can look at streamlining that if the problem persists, especially if you get it on the server and you run more tests and stuff. But you'd have to really focus on it, which means like go to an area, build a bunch of machines, have everything processing and ticking, and check your bandwidth. Right? Do that for 20 minutes. Then go to another area, unload the original. Like everything there is original. Like unload it all, go to another area, and just linger for another 10, 20 minutes and check your bandwidth. That will tell me like a direct test, not like, oh, this feels right, but a direct test of like what the bandwidth difference is. Because I just don't think it would be that different. but I could be, I could be wrong in my thoughts there. So, also, if people are wondering, like, these do not shock you, if you can figure out a way to add a collision box to wires, I would love a pull request on the code. Like, if you can figure that out, yeah, I would love it, because I do have insulated wire as a wire. It's a higher tier, like HV wire can be insulated. Okay, so that actually works. So the other thing I saw on the Vintage Story Discord was somebody bitching about the pump. So I need to look at the pump and make sure it's not FUBAR. Okay. I need fluid. I need some fluid. Let's see. Let's see. How do we want to do this? Let's give block water still 7 500. Unfortunately, Vintage does not have a infinite water. Now, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way to fill those up. That's funny. So we're going to have to deal with the water sounds for a second. Now, main reason I did that. Right? When you place the pump, you want the head of it in the fluid. You don't want the body of it in the fluid. You want the head of it in the fluid. And I hope I made that really clear. The person who made this did a really good job. I was super happy with the person that made this. And they were able to spit this out in no time flat. It's really good, very concise. Right, and there's the wire. So we want a tank, fluid tank. The quantum doesn't work, so don't use that. Give block Vent Engineering VE fluid tank steel. Okay. Like that. And you could put pipes on it too. You don't have to put a tank on the top, but I'm doing it that way. All right. So, how do we want to do this? Well, we're going to have a transformer. We're going to connect the LV up. And then we're going to connect the MV up. And there we have power. And then we have fluid. Now this pumps a block at a time. Okay? It has to, because it's a block of fluid. And a block of fluid is 1,000 liters. Okay, so we put one of these like here. Do I have any fluid pipe? Oh, yes, I do. How about that? I do have some fluid pipe. And just like that, that layer is pumped out. So that is a problem. I thought it would pump out the bottom. Why didn't it pump out the bottom? It should have found all of the fluid and pumped the furthest away first. We'll put an upgrade in here. There we go. Now we're moving some fluid. What happens to the pipe not pushing enough? Well, the pipe is bound by what upgrade you put in it, as I just showed. Like, the default pipe does, like, a minuscule amount of fluid. Compared to what the pump can move, the pipe is your bottleneck. Especially unupgraded. But an upgraded pipe, or an upgraded extraction, you know, can move quite a bit. And fluids are a little wonky because it's basically moving that many liters of water. And a liter, remember, like the water, the base game water or the fluid system is by portion. And then a fluid is derived from like how many portions per liter. And portions per liter in the game usually defaults to 100. So it's not quite like a milliliter, which would make sense, having a milliliter of fluid. Yeah, see, this is sleeping now. I need a way to wake this up. So this fluid pump, I'm going to like maybe shift right click will wake it up and check the fluid again. But we need to be able to debug this. Regardless of the fluid pipes, that's fine. And this has got all quiet again. So you can see this is all... So the MB network, distributed power to here, this pushed power to there. But the pump, look at the power per second. 1200, right? This is going to change... The pump was never intended to be an LV thing. The pump was always intended to be a higher tier. So this might change to an MB connection. You have to do an MB connection to get 1200 power per second. Like the pump can use a vast amount of power. The transformer can only do 500. And then the LV network itself will eventually do 500. Right, so the network type that this is connected to, it's not compatible. This will be an MB network. So let's look at the pump and why it broke, and then we can test it against. I think the post in the section was they were trying to pump crude oil with it. All right, let's reset our system here. Now that we've fixed that bug, we obviously we could not get around doing a Mark Dirty event, but we're doing it on a much less frequent process. Okay, let's close all of the gubbins. And let's see. And there could be other errant edge case or scenarios where a block isn't being updated, or the power levels aren't being updated. And I'm sure people will post bug reports on that. The mod is so big now, it's hard for me to test the everything soup to nuts to make sure that it's working. So, like, if there's something weird that's happening, I would love to know about it. Okay, so fluid pump. There's the pump. It's marked as an LV pump, which unfortunately is not going to be an LV pump. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I make it? What should I do about the pump? Should I make it? Should I drop? So I can keep it LV and drop its power per second to 500. Once I fix the issues that are happening with the pump, I could either drop the power to 500 power per second, which is it's a very hungry machine, right? That's intended. I don't want to break that. Drop it to 500 power per second, keep it as LV, or bump it to MV tier and keep it as 1200 power per second. 1200 power, that's 120 LV generators, by the way. The intention for the pump was never to be able to power it completely in the LV tier. Like, you would need MV tier to get the most throughput on the pump. That was how I built it. So I'm more inclined to change it to MV tier and keep it at 1200 power per second.
If you do that, I'd recommend having a lower tier version of it, though.
It's intended to be the low tier version, right?
Okay.
The higher tier versions are going to be big multi-blocks. Like, they're going to be huge machines. Like the pump jack for crude oil. It's going to be a big machine using a lot of power. So the regular fluid pump, yes, it's an LV pump. But because, like, I could do it. Okay, let's think about it this way then. Keep it as, drop it to 500 power per second. Keep it as the LV. But eliminate the infinite water or infinite fluid check. Right? Because right now, when you place it, it spiders its way through all of the fluid blocks that it's connected to. And if it hits 10,000 source blocks, it marks it as infinite, and it doesn't actually remove blocks. So you can drop it into an ocean, right? A huge lake, and it's infinite. You're not actually going to pump the lake dry. The same would be true for lava. If I remove that feature, that would eliminate. You would be able to pump out a lake.
Yeah, that's an option.
Because it would be too powerful at an LV, right? If I left the infinite in there, it would be too powerful as an LV tier. But
that's a good solution.
Yeah, the thing is, like, that code to infinite, I wanted to give people an incentive to find, like, because lava, I want to use lava as a crafting ingredient, right? The pump can pump lava, and I wanted to have people give incentive to, like, go out into the world and find lava and everywhere they could find, and literally, like, pump everything everywhere and pool it all into one place and get up to that 10,000 lava blocks, and then they would have an infinite amount of lava. Because lava, unless the devs do a pass on the world, which I'm really hoping that Tyrone, their next update, is going to be like, let's bring the underground exploration up several levels, because right now it needs a lot of TLC. So yes, I could change this, but let's see if I can quickly add, where do I want to add this? On block placed. On slot modified. What type of block entity is this? Normal block entity. Okay. BELV pump. I need where's my block? Block. Blocks. Okay. So if I'm in the pump, so here's the client update stuff. Like I said, most of my blocks have this, but this will bounce. Because down here, I actually should check that somewhere. I can't. Where do I use that value? Client update delay. I guess I don't. It's like I set it and then didn't implement it because I wanted to test. A lot of the code is like I just was in the middle of testing something and I got distracted and I never went back and finished it. So yeah, the code could really use a polish. Basically, all of the objects just go through and do it all. But the difference with the pump is it actually the process of checking for infinity, right? The process for checking if it's an infinite pool. The code actually, it's multi-threaded. As you can see, I actually I spin off a thread to check the fluid, right? And I spin that thread off, and it over several frames, right? It doesn't check 10,000 blocks in a single frame. That would be a bad decision. So I multi-threaded it by spinning up a custom thread that all that does is say, hey, iterate through these fluids and do it as fast as you can, but so that's why when you place the pump, it may not report infinite pool right away. It could take a couple seconds because it's depending on how complex the water source is. Like if it's a lake that has a lot of like changes, but it also goes out a finite amount, right? It's not going to go out 1,000 blocks down a river. It's just not. I have to limit how far away it goes because eventually you would run into a situation where the chunks aren't loaded, right? It doesn't know what's there because the chunks aren't loaded. So it doesn't go out an infinite amount. So it checks, a bubble around the block to see what fluids are in there. Okay. What was I doing again? I was wanting to reset I don't have an on interact. Is that part of a block entity? Do I have access? On inner on block? No. No. On hell no. Damn. I need to see what Okay. This is VE electric block. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Damn. All right. I'm gonna have to think about this. I'll be right back. Okay. Well, what I could do. So the right click action is being passed to the block entity, but only if that block entity is of the type openable container, right? So if the block entity is openable container, then you pass on the right click. Otherwise, don't do anything. So, what I could do is add a special case in here. To see if it's a pump, right? So I could then go do something like this: public void on player right click, and then I could do this if machine entity is block BELV pump BELVP BELVP dot on player right click. Okay. And then I want to take all of these and add them into here. And then add them into here. Just to pass on, like, hey, these are the variables. these are the variables I got, so these are the variables you're going to get. Like which player it is, all of that. And do that. Do that if the pump or the machine entity is a pump. It's a special case. I don't like doing it. It's icky. What I could do is add an interface for simple block entities that don't inherently have an openable container. The game defines that as something that has a GUI, that has an interface. And that's the only thing that defines whether you can right click on it. Block entities that don't inherently have an interface, like a fruit press, they're not openable containers. You can't open a GUI of the fruit press. You can interact with it, but that's the block that's doing that, right? That interaction is defined in the block because that does get an interaction. I don't know of any way of defining a block entity that has no GUI that also can have a interaction on right click or on interact or whatever it is. Right? Interact is a right click. Attack is left click. As defined by the game. So here we have on player right click to the pump. If the machine entity is an LV pump, and this is just casting, if this is true, if machine entity is the LV pump, then it casts it into this variable, right? It just turns this machine entity into this variable because they're compatible, and then I can now write. So it's a nice shorthand way. Otherwise, you would have to do machine entity equal or BELV pump, temp equals machine entity as it's just simpler to do it this way. There is syntax to go either way, but so on interact start. So now we are being passed into the pump, right? We're being passed into here. So what do we want to do in here to try to reset? Well, yeah, we want to reset. So if by player does not equal null, and by player dot act inventory manager active hotbar slot dot empty no dot empty and by player dot control entity dot controls dot sneak. Yes. It's amazing that I even know these anymore. Like I've been swimming in the API in this game for so long that I actually I've eventually learned how everything is structured. So by player is a simple interface, and then the entity is the entity associated with that player. The controls is the control bank associated with that entity, and the sneak is just a check to see if they're sneaking. So if you're sneaking and you right click with an empty hand, that's when this triggers. Right? Let's see what John is saying here. This is a large part of what I did as my creative. I button is kind of a machine. You can right click and I button. A button. Yeah. Well, in Minecraft, yeah, a button is something you can. I'm talking about Vintage Story, like explicitly interacting with things in Vintage Story. Yeah. So I would probably eventually include an interface that I could add to just random. I could add it to the block entity definition, because you can only have one base class when you define a class, but you can have as many interfaces as you want. So I could add like iSimple, I don't know what I would call it, iSimple interaction or something like, iSimple interact or something like that. Like something that just all it does is define that there's a call for interaction. And then you can check the same call in here where I check this. Instead of being this, I would add the interface, right? Instead of being a class, I would check to see if the entity like is the interface, and it's the is like a loose thing. It's like, does this object have this interface? Like is this interface a part of the object definition? If it is, it passes. And that way I know that it implements that interface, and then I can make the call, right? Then it's a straightforward call. And I could do that for all the interaction. I could have attack, interact, stuff like that, and allow you to pass to the block entity the on-player right-click through an interface rather than hard code an object. I will eventually probably have buttons and stuff and switches, right? Those don't have interfaces. Like a toggle switch for like a light bulb, you don't need an interface for that, but you need a way of clicking it on, because you're going to have to, I still don't know how to merge those networks, right? Let's say you have a light switch in your house. You have a wire coming in, that's power, and you have a light switch, and then a wire coming out, just like a transformer, right? A transformer has two different network tiers. Well, a switch, a toggle is what I call it. A switch, the connection tiers are the same. You're going to have an LV wire and an LV wire. But the act of switching it temporarily bridges those two networks. And I need to figure out a way to do that where it doesn't actually bridge the networks. That one network and the other, like the two networks talk to one another, like there's a handshake. I need to figure out a way to do that, and I don't know. I haven't bumped up against that feature yet, so I haven't done a lot of thinking about it. I don't know how other mods do it. Right? I'm building this mod with zero experience on how other mods in other platforms and other games do it. I have no idea. What the solution, like what the best case solutions are. No, there's no buttons or switches, and there's no buttons or switches in Vintage Story at all. That's not a thing. Okay, so now that we have this pump, now we need to check. We are checking the player, making sure they don't have anything in their hotbar, and that they're sneaking. Okay, so what do we do in here when we place this? Oh, look at this on sim tick. Okay, set state, fluid positions. Okay, so what do we check? Check for fluid. Okay. Check for fluid. La 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 la. I need to figure out. Check for fluid. Let's go check what this does. Go to definition. Get block. Block ID. Okay, this doesn't actually do the thing. Get fluids. This is the call. Right? This is the call that looks to see, A, fluid positions is at 10,000. Yeah, see this it should have sorted by distance. Right? When I placed that block, when I placed that pump, it pumped just the top. So why do I not go down? Man, I wrote this code so long ago. So long ago. Because, yeah, the intention of this is to be able to pump an oil geyser out completely, or I don't know about completely. Because there's a bubble, right? If you go down into the oil geyser, if you go down into the land, there's a bubble underground. And I randomly decide how big that bubble is. And it's also based on what biome you're in. So if you're in a desert, there's a higher chance you're going to get a big geyser, and the big geyser is like that's what you want, right? A big geyser is going to be a lot of oil. Let's just put it that way. Especially considering the oil well block underneath that we're eventually going to interface with a pump jack, because a pump jack is going to go down and pump oil from the crude oil well block that's way underground that spawns the whole enchilada. That's the oil geysers are really the surface indication that there is a bigger oil well block underneath. And that oil well block can have hundreds of thousands of blocks or liters or whatever you want. Like thousands, like we're talking millions of liters of oil in that block. And the only way that you're going to be able to get it out is to use a pump jack, right? With pipes going all the way down. And you're going to have a pump jack that's going to interface with that oil well block. And that's where the bulk of the 99% of your oil is going to come from that block. And then the bubble and everything else is just, icing on the cake. You're going to be able to kickstart your system with that. But, I want to be very, very careful with this. Let's checking fluids. Let's do private bool checking fluids equals false. Oh, I already have is checking fluid. I literally. Whoa. Do I set this down here? Where is my get fluids? I don't actually have this set. Is checking fluid. Okay. So we come in here in the fluid check Duvalaki. Is checking fluid. Well, yeah, equals true. Is checking fluid equals false. Okay. So we set that now here. I'm going to remove it. I have to be very, very, very careful with this because of the thread pool thing. Okay. If check for fluid. So that's checking just the block under it. If the block under it is fluid, that's what that checks. And not is infinite. Right? So if there's fluid under me and it's not infinite, and the is infinite is something that's saved to disk, right? So if it had previously checked and it passed the infinite check, it will load in and say, "Hey, I'm infinite." The problem with that is, I just realized that's a bug. It's a possible exploit, and I'll let you figure out what the problem with that is, because there's a huge problem with that. And I was in an effort to be efficient and to have code that doesn't bog down things. There's a big exploit by caching the infinite check. If it had previously passed the infinite check, and that was now saved to disk, you would be able, once that passes, to then eliminate all but the block underneath the pump, right? You'd be able to either fill it in or pump it out somewhere else or move it, and only have the block underneath the pump as liquid, and it would still be reported as infinite because it caches that value. That's a problem. I mean, that's one of those like spiffing Brit level, hey, I found this exploit, right? Like, that would be a huge exploit. So that's a future buggy problem that I have to solve. But the is checking fluid call, we basically need to run this again. Right? So I'm going to copy this, and we're going to go down, and we're going to do somewhere in here, there's my code, is that world.api.side. Is checking fluid equals true. Okay. So what this does is refire on right click, and then I want to also do and not is checking fluid. If it's in the process of checking the fluid, I don't want to do it again. And I want to make this check on the server, not the client. This will get called on the client. From this is determining, hey, I only, because remember, both the client and server basically are running the same code, right? And you can structure objects to do a little bit differently, but in general, the code is being run on both sides. So you have to, if you only want something done on the server or the client, then you have to really make sure that happens. So this will ensure that the server, right, if this does not pass, if that doesn't pass, it doesn't even check this, right? When you have an AND, because if any of them are false, it's failed. So it doesn't even check anymore. So if it doesn't pass, if we're not on the server, it doesn't even check the variable. It doesn't run any of this code, right? The client doesn't need to run any of this. But if this passes and then we check this, if this is false, the not switches it, right? When you see an exclamation point, that's a not. You're basically taking the true false and you're flipping it. So it takes a false and it makes it true, or it makes it true and makes a false, right? So if is checking fluid equals false, it sets that equal to true, which passes, which then comes in here, sets it to true, which ensures that if you spam the shift right click, right, the sneak right click, if you spam that, you're not queuing up 50 different threads of doing that. It's a thing that I know somebody would try. So then it sets it and then checks for fluid and does all of this, because it checks the bottom and it says, hey, is this fluid? And then make sure that it is infinite, because if it's already infinite, why are you checking it again? And what I should do is not sync the is infinite to disk. I don't know how to do that though. So I don't know how to specify whether it's infinite on disk. Like, are we saving it to disk or are we sending it to the client? Like, I want the client to see that if it's infinite, but I don't want it to written to disk. Anyway, I don't know how to differentiate those two. We're going to spin up the thread again. So this should work. So let's build. And F5. And let it load. They still had to earn it. They're just allowed. Yeah, I mean, it's earning it is different. Like, if you're pumping water, just find a lake that's big enough. Oh, it ran out of power. Yep. Okay. This did exactly what I thought it was going to do. I mean, it pumped some of the water out. Why did it pump some of the water out and not all of it? Okay. So this thing now is like sleeping. Oh, we gotta eat again, because fucking food. I gotta always eating in my dev worlds. So now this thing is sleeping. As you can see, it's set to sleeping. What we want is a breakpoint. Now that I can fire this manually. Good Lord, where is it? Where is it? There it is. Good fluids. I should be able to sneak right click on this and fire it manually. And if I do it now, it shouldn't do anything. So I'll do it now. Okay, it didn't do anything. What? Okay, let's do this. Back to game, and there we go. This is client. This is server. Is checking fluid true? Block below is air. And it's checking fluid false. Okay. That actually works, believe it or not. Yeah. Yeah, that happened. When I debug, don't look at that as a feature. When I debug, while I'm in the debugger, like the game does not handle that well. Like it repeats things, so it's like it simulated me right clicking many times, and it's just like I don't know how to handle this. All right, let's put that back in there. I want something ticking. Need something doing work. Okay, so then we can put the water there. So now that fluid check is actually going to be true, which should fire this. Right, we should get into this again. And how many fluid blocks, just out of curiosity, so we have one, let's see, 4, that's 8, 9, 10, 11, that's 15, that's 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 9, 50. There's exactly 50 blocks in this, 50 blocks of water in this. Okay. That I was able to count. It's just random. Okay. So let's shift right click. So here we are, block below where water is liquid. This is good. Is checking fluid. We're already setting that to true, so that's fine. Liquid block. We're gonna grab what block that is, right? It's a water block. And now we have props when filled. So we're grabbing the water, the containable props, which is like how you define a liquid, because it has to have like containable props, and those are properties. If you open the JSON of like a water portion, they'll have container like it'll be like container. Okay, so block below, liquid code, water, blah, blah, blah. Portion does not equal null. This is fine. Liquid level, that's good. So this adds the very first block, right? Fluid positions, that's the block that's right below us. This to check. This is basically a recursive function that like dynamically adds blocks to check while adding blocks to the positions, right? So it's like, because you can't alter a list while you're iterating said list, right? So I can't take the list that I'm iterating, block positions, I can't take that and add to it while I'm iterating. Right? I have to iterate the whole list, while taking all of the new positions and putting them aside. Once I'm done iterating, I go out, take all of those new positions, and then add those to the list, and then iterate that list again. So it's a little bit of like memory shenanigans, while ensuring I'm not duplicating entries into the block position. And so I could step through every one of these, right? So the very first block position I'm going to check is the one that the pump is in. Okay? So this is saying, all right, we're gonna take what the algorithm does is it takes a block and it basically goes out a block in each direction. So imagine that block is in the center of a cube, and so I take the one block, and now I'm gonna check in that one block. I'm gonna check the 26 blocks around it. No, it's not 26. It's 26 blocks. It's 3 by 3 by 3 blocks, a cube around the block. So I take the start position and I subtract one from each XYZ, and then I take the end position, right, and I add a block. So I have the kitty corner blocks, and that increases that around, and then I'm going to walk the blocks, which is a base game function. I'm going to walk the blocks, which is just a fairly efficient function that just allows you to quickly iterate through a set of blocks from a start to an end position. And it handles all of the stuff behind the scenes. And then I run this delegate, which is why this is like blah, right? For every one of those blocks that it's going to walk, the 26 blocks, and it, by the way, it also includes the block I'm starting with. I'm going to run this function, right? And so the to check is done. I'm done checking it, right? I checked the one that's in there, so I can clear that list. And then I'm going to add 6 more blocks, right? Because it found fluid at 6 blocks around that first block. It found them. So it's going to add those 6 blocks to the to check. It's going to clear the add, right? And then we're going to start it all again, right? To check.count is now 6. So we don't need to step through this over and over again. What is important is once we're done with this process, let's go here and go run to cursor. Whoop, right? And we're gonna take this and we're gonna say, hey, how many fluid positions do we have? We have 46 positions. So either I miscounted, right? Or something else happened. But this massive list here, I want to sort by distance. Because I want the furthest ones away first. And I think this is the right order. X distance compared to Y. The compare to, I never could figure out how this works, but so now we're not checking fluid anymore. The mark dirty, yeah, I mean, this is not going to run all that much. Oh, yeah, the game just had to catch up here. You can see it pulling the list, or you can see it pulling the blocks. So now it's working. So what did it miss? Is there a block in here that... Is there some weird shenanigans going on with the water and how I've placed it? Because that seemed to work. Oh, we're out of blocks. Get some sand. I may have to test this on a... in a different way. Because I know it grabbed that block. Did Vintage add a infinite block or an infinite fluid mechanic to the game? I need to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. God damn. All right. Now I can think straight. Okay, so I'm gonna break this. This is why I don't like testing in super flat worlds. Because not only is it super flat and featureless and it's bland and ugly, but we're also at level 3. I'm only 3 blocks tall. So it's like, I don't have a depth. I don't have a way of testing depth and volume in large amounts. And on top of that, the bottom, right, is not mantle. So it's like, I run the risk of literally falling through the world. Oh, there's the moon down there, I think. Yeah, there's the moon. Yeah, there's the moon. So testing volume. This is why I like my test worlds being normal worlds, because it's just better. Okay, let's do give block rock. No, not basalt. Limestone. Yeah, let's not fall through the world. Okay. Okay, now yeah, pulling up the inventory in creative mode takes so long. There's a noticeable hitch, and I can tell you that's because of how many blocks and items there are. When you hit E in creative mode, it's compiling all of the blocks and items. So when you have a bunch of mods that add a bunch of blocks and items, it just exacerbates that problem. And then when you search, it's like, oh man. Want. Okay, so we want select tool. Left click manual mode, right click select and. So left click, okay. Jesus Christ, that was a lag. No, I don't want all of these. Oh, stupid. Okay. No, I don't. Oh, man. I hate creative mode. I just want to tell you that right now. I never, ever like testing in creative mode. Because now, where's my inventory? Right? I've got a bunch of blocks and stuff. A bunch of useful stuff in my inventory. But, okay, so we're going to go up one. We're going to go, like, east one. No. North one. I want to... How do I shrink? I don't know if I can shrink. Because I selected this, right? But I don't want this. And I still have to fucking eat. Jesus Christ. I'm in creative mode! Okay, so let's clear that. No, what? No. No, I wanted to hit number 1. There you go. There you go, game. There to there. Thank you. Really? Select. See how that works? There to there. See? Look at that. And then I want to fill. Flood fill. Mode. Cubic. Phil, how about you make it so? Yeah, the world edit tools in this game need I think a dedicated team doing them. Like it just needs a thing. Requires block in hand. Left click, tries to fill. Tries to flood. Oh, right click. It's enclosed? What the hell are you talking about? Oh my god. Are you... It literally... It literally filled up the cube around me. How are you not using the selection tool? What is... Oh my god. Oh my god. I literally have this selected, right? I literally have this selected. You can't just fill the volume that I've specified? How? There it is, fill. That's all I wanted to do, and now I've got... Okay, let's get the hell out. Let's get the hell out of that mode. My god. Now you can see why I never use creative mode. How is that water? Or how is there oil? How is my wire relay like oil logged? How is that possible? This is a utter mess. Unbelievable. Like, how did this happen? Seriously. How did that command just not undo properly? It's just like, oh, you want to undo? Screw you. I don't know how to clean this up. This is like borked beyond all recognition. No, I didn't want to... God. Where is... It's a better crate. Yeah, all of the water loggable blocks are all they're all... This is amusing. This is insanity, is what this is. I'm not going to be able to do anything with these chests. These chests are full of shit. So... Okay, why am I moving so fast? Yeah, I mean, look at that. Like, why is that waterlogged? I did not... Okay, let's do this. World edit. What? F. World edit scroll tool mode. Excuse me? What are you talking about, world edit? I'm in survival mode. I do this, the world eater, hit F. Okay. I'm at a complete loss as to why world edit overwrote my pickaxe tool modes. Like, what? Hey, there they are. Look at that. Like, this is insane. All I wanted to do was test the goddamn pump. That's all I wanted to do. And now I've got all of this shit to deal with. This is because the world editor was like, oh, you have a selection thing? Oh, I don't really care. And for some reason, the undo did not undo every block. Like, how did it miss the perimeter blocks? Give block soil medium none 500. Yeah, I never use creative mode. Ever. I don't test in it. I don't do anything in creative mode. So if you're in creative mode and the mod, any of my mods don't do exactly what you want them to do, this is why. Because weird shit like this, it's just a pain in the ass to debug. Like, why did this do what it did? I don't know. There's no rhyme or reason to it. And cleaning it up, yeah, I could spin up another test world, but then I would have to give all my, like, I'd have to do a whole bunch of shit just to get back to where we were before all this happened. So yeah, the game could, and I don't want, like, I really don't want the developers, the primary content developers, to spend any time on these tools because so few people would use them. I want them to, work on things. Look at, even my bed is like waterlogged. The creative tools are just like, they're good for people who want to just do cool builds. But for the vast majority of people, like, you don't need any of these. The fact that this thing was able to waterlog a bunch of my machines really bothers me. Like, all the batteries and stuff are all, for some reason, it's able to because the fluid system now in general is on a different I don't know how you put it. It's on a different layer, right? All the fluid is on a different layer. So let's empty out this. Grab that. Put that there. Because now I gotta deconstruct that, pick that up, put that back, break it. Hey, look at that. Dun, dun. Oh, get there and get there. that. Okay. So I added some debug stuff. This is a good time to use this, right? So I don't have any wires. As you can see, there's no wires in the world. Don't have anything wired up. So I've added some debug stuff for this new build. So if you wanna debug like all of your networks, you can do VE debug and either evaluate power networks, or an alias is VPN. Okay, and that will check, hey, are there any electric networks, and then validate them. So I would recommend everybody use this on their worlds. That alone doesn't do anything, right? Just running that command, all it does is check your networks. And then for each network, it goes out and validates each endpoint. And so for a network to be invalid, all endpoints have to be invalid, right? And then if you had electric networks that were invalid, and that can happen with like crashes, game crashes or something like that. It doesn't matter what crashes, like any mod can crash and cause so weird corruption. But then you can do delete, and it will delete networks that are invalid. You can also do validate pipes, right? Or V pipes. Validate pipes. So pipe validations took 0 and found 1 invalid networks. Okay, that's not good. I'm guessing it's probably this stupid waterlogged BS in here. So I could look at this and say, oh, this is the net ID 33. So I can do validate pipes 33, and that has valid blocks. So that's not reporting as invalid. So somewhere, maybe the creative shenanigans scrambled this in here. So if I do vpipes again, you can see there's 1 invalid networks. So I could do vpipes.delete, and boom, it's now gone. And so now vpipes is 0 invalid networks. And that's just a way to like clean that data up. And I can do the same with wires. So I think it's V wires. Nope, it's VW. Oh, validate wires. Yeah. So VW. No wires exist. So that is telling you there is no run wires in the world, which is right. And if I put down a LV relay right here, and then I grab some wires. No, that's an MV wire. LV wire. Okay. And I do the same command. Catenary wire validations took 0 and found 0 invalid connections. Right? So there was a bug report that said early game, the debugger or the wire renderer, catenary renderer, was overloaded during a temporal storm when they hadn't built any wires, which shouldn't be possible. It's honestly, the system does not invent wires from thin air. So either another mod was running the event, or another mod had stolen my code and was running the same events in some way, shape, or form. Like, the system doesn't just invent wires. Anyway, this command, right? These commands, validate pipe networks or vpipes, validate pipes. So validate pipe networks does all the networks. Validate pipes or vpipes
validates a single network. Validate pipe networks, or power networks, does the same thing for power networks. This is also VPN, or just validate. So just validate is looking at electrical power. Validate wires, or VW, is looking at how many wires, like how many wire connections there are in the game. So I can do num wires, right? Num wires, and it's like, hey, there's 2 wires, and I'm looking right at them. So you can validate if you have a small system and a finite number of wires that you know exactly where they are. You can use these tools to debug your instance. And of course, the validate wires also you have a delete. So you can do like help and something like VW help VE debug VW. Okay, so you can see validate all wire nodes, optionally delete invalid nodes, will not drop wire or fire events. So do not willy-nilly start deleting networks, right? You need to know what the hell you're doing, because if you specify delete and it finds invalid wire connections, it will just delete those from the catenary data. It just removes those. Technically there should not be yeah. And you would see this invalid catenary network if you had a wire in your world that was not connected to anything. It was just floating in the sky, right? If a wire is just, for some reason, it's being rendered, it was never removed. Maybe as you're removing it, there was a crash. Like, it can happen. And so I added these debug commands that allow you to do that. And then if you want, you can do print wires, and that will print to the verbose debug log file the wires and their connection points. Okay? And that would allow you to be like, if you have an issue, let's say you have an issue with like wires taking too long to render, and it actually reports that you have more wire connections than you think you have in your world. Let's say it's saying, hey, there's 5 wires, but you only know of 3, right? You're like, I only have 3 wires. It's saying it's got 5 wires. Like, what is going on? Doing print wires allows you to print where the endpoints of those are and figure out like where those wires are. And I can show you the verbose debug log file here in a second. But that's essentially what that is for. So this here is now a pool of lovely some oil here. So let's do a transformer here and a transformer here, and we're just gonna have a simple network. Transformer to transformer. All right, so let's do blah 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 MV LV and I do want to make these a little bigger, these connections. Okay, and then let's put the pump down here. Boink. And then LV wire to that. And then let's take a tank. like that. What do these hold? I forgot. 256,000 liters, which is 256 blocks, is one of these tanks. So this volume here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 5 by 8. 1, 2, 3 by 3 minus 1. 120, so 119. There's 119 crude oil blocks in this volume. Okay. It's saying 120 blocks remaining. So this must be waterlogged. This block must be waterlogged. Because it's seeing that. It's seeing that as a fluid source. So now, remember, this thing is a power-hungry beast. Massive power-hungry beast. Okay? So, with this, we could shift right-click. Oop. I need an empty hand. Oops. Do this, and it should be like, oh, I see the same amount of fluid, right? So now let's grab some charcoal. Give item charcoal 500, and then let's give you some. No. And then let's give you some. So now they're going in here. This is going over to here. And this is going into here. Right? This is not reporting any power, right? Because it's being taken by this every time. This is not able to run full blast. Not even close. And I just want to run this to see if we end up with 120,000 liters of fluid. And what happens to this? I tried to figure out how to make the fluid look like it's moving slower. I don't know how to do that. Because, like, look at the lava, right? Lava is, like, nice and slow as it drops. But lava is a really, like, special case of a fluid. And if this thing had full power, those pistons would be, you know, there's a whole animation for those pistons. It's really cool looking. We're just running a test here. But again, this thing is very, very, very power hungry. Very power hungry. It takes so much power, right? It takes so much power to actually pump the block. So it needs to fill up and then pump and then fill up and then pump and then fill up and then pump. So it's, if you have like an MB power source, this thing would just fly if you had space. You could put a pipe right on top. Because this thing has an internal, it essentially has an internal tank. Okay, so 119, but for some reason did they add an infinite fluid mechanic that I don't know about? This thing should have absolutely removed all the fluid out of here. It's 119. It literally... Did they add an infinite fluid mechanic? That's the only reason why this would have the number of... It would report, like, we calculated 119 blocks. That's exactly how many blocks was pumped out of here. But it's not empty. Oh, I gotta eat again. I need to just do a mod that's just like disable hunger. Stop the hunger. Like let's see. Fluid position. Is that a custom? It is. Int distance. Where do I define the where do I define this object? Block position, int distance. Okay. Add. Okay, I'm checking the Manhattan distance. This might be what I need to... Okay. Let's go to fluid position and go to definition. Where is this? Defined at the top of the pump. We're going to change this to float. We're going to change this to float. Okay. Because I've been, again, in the effort of optimization, block position dot Manhattan distance. So the Manhattan distance, it's essentially like taxi cab geometry. If anybody's ever heard that term, it is like, think of a city grid. The distance between points, it's not a straight line like a bird flies. You have to like zigzag around block by block, and so your distances are different. So going down and over and back, it's a different distance than like this point to this point. So when I'm sorting the distances, when I sort that list, I don't know if it's actually beneficial to have like straight line distance or the Manhattan distance, because that might be messing this up. So, but it's a faster, I think it's a faster like thing. Dot center below block position dot to vector dot center? No. How do I block position? I use... Where do I use this? Wired... Let's check really quick. I wire anchor. Because the wire anchors, when you hold a wire in your hand and you see a little selection box, that's that wire anchor that you're interacting with. And what I do is I grab the center of that, and that the center of it is actually where the things connect to, is the center of that square. So cuboid F. New vector 3 anchor cuboid F dot mid. Okay, so vector 3F cuboid F. Not really something I can use with a block position. I have to basically, yeah, let's do dot distance. That should be a float to that. Okay. Distance 2. And then the sort. I don't exactly know what this does. I understand the compare to x, x dot distance I compare to. If it's less than 0, it's less than the value. If it's greater than 0, it's greater than the value. If it's 0, it's equal to the value. But I don't know what the sort command does with that. Right? Is this sorting by is it sorting descending or ascending? I don't use this frequently enough to have memorized like the order of operations. X comparing X to Y, right? If X is greater than Y, how does the sort actually treat that? I mean, this is a pretty simple thing. I guess I could ask Grok. I just want to quickly look. Is this sorting ascending or descending? Wow, did I spell those wrong? This sorts the list in ascending order by the distance property. It returns. Yeah. I understand what it returns. Uses comparison to place smaller values before larger ones. when the comparison returns negative. Okay. So if it's, don't I want to sort it in descending order? But it looked like it was doing that. I mean, it was pulling it looked like it was right. So that it's ordering them in ascending order. Okay. So then I have to check. Let's do a quick check on the sim tick. Maybe I'm doing the end of it first and going to the first item. So before I change anything, I want to make sure. Yeah, see, I checked to see if the chunk is loaded. Good. I have my own custom version of this, by the way, because I ignore neighboring chunks. The base game call, whether a chunk is loaded, also includes the neighboring chunks, because it checks to see if the neighboring chunks are also loaded. And most of the calls that I make, I don't care about that, because I only care about the position I'm checking. Okay, so let's see. Fluid position last. That last. Yes. Okay. Well, I'm glad I didn't change it. I'm glad I didn't change it. Because, yeah, that would have been bad. Because I would have swapped it around, and then I would have had it pumped the wrong way. So it does pull the last item. That's good to know. But I don't know, like, as far as fluid mechanics go, is there a new possible tag? Let's look at the base game. Assets, survival, blocks, liquid. Let's just look at like water, first of all. Particle properties I don't care about. Block water. Block water flowing. Block waterfall. So let's look at this might take a little bit more investigation. Let's check lava. Because if anything doesn't create infinite pools, it would be lava. So block lava, one class. It's still finite spreading liquid, so that's the same behavior. Liquid code. What I'm looking for is something that might control the creation of new source blocks. So I could look at block lava in DNSpy and see if, like, how different it is from whoa. Is next to combustible block. So it's most of the code in here is based on, like, hey, can I set fire at anything? On server game tick. Fire location. Yeah, this is mostly to set fire to stuff. Block water. Let's see if we can find block water. Ice. That's weird. It's so hard. Block water flowing. Yeah, I don't think. So why is it not removing the blocks? It's pumping them. It actually pumped 119 blocks. It pumped it out. There's your set block. Is it because I'm setting it? How do I? Let's take a peek. Block entity bucket. Why? Do they do that by I'm confused. Is it a item types utility? Where's the bucket at? Wood bucket? Liquid. Where's the bucket? I think it's under block types. It has to be a block. Wood. Bucket. Behaviors. Lock, no. Bucket. Block bucket. Milking. Yeah, it's block bucket and bucket are entity classes. Why is there no... Where is the interaction code? What I'm looking for is what code runs when you scoop something up with a bucket. I guess when you scoop up water, it doesn't actually remove the block. Because a bucket is only like 10 liters, and a block of water would be 1,000 liters. But there should be code when you place the liquid, although that's all in JSON. Yeah, that's in JSON. So water, right, when filled, right, you get water portion. There should be, or at least there was. There it is. No, that's sound. Where is the... Did they remove the infinite water? I think they did. Yeah, I think they did. Because it used to be when you would have fluid. I don't know. Can somebody test that? Like, yeah, if they change that, I'm assuming like my edit, was it Orza Plenty? I think Orza Plenty mod adds a way to make more lava, right? But if they remove the infinite water, they might have completely refactored all that code, so that bucketable lava probably doesn't work anymore, I'm guessing. Because yeah, there were tags in the water. I think it was the water here that controlled whether or not it was infinite that would create. Let me check. Or is it plenty? Was it in patches? I might have, yeah, I probably moved all of this to the add-on. Let's go to the add-on. I don't know if people, lava bucket. Attainable when filled, yes. See this? No? Attainable true items per liter. Lava portion. Lava portion. Ah, there it is. It's in the portion code, not the block code. Right? So when spilled, place block. This is what creates a new block of lava. So let's, instead of looking at lava or water from the base game, let's look at the portion, which is under item for water portion. So here it is. So when spilled, if you have 10 stacks by fill level, right? So 10, like 10 liters. If you have 10 liters, which is a bucket, a full bucket, create a new source block. Water still 7 is a source block. Okay. But I don't see when spilled. And then lava, lava portion doesn't exist. Right? So lava portion, this is why a lava portion was added by that feature, is there was no definition for lava portion. But if we wanted to look at another, let's say honey, this does not have, right, type honey portion. When you drop this on the ground, when you empty it out, it's just sort of, it just splashes and that's it. It doesn't actually create a block of that. Okay, so let's then go to my mod, item types, liquid, crude oil. This does not create a new block. There's no way to duplicate blocks on this. So why? My guess is what's happening let's just I need to close a bunch of stuff. My guess on what's happening is it's changing the block, the fluid layer block, but for some reason the sets block to given layer can only use block layers as a solid or liquid. Use ID 0 to clear a block from a given position. How can I ensure that both layers are not conflicting? Because what I think is happening is, for some reason, like when I set those blocks to crude oil, that it was setting the fluid layer, right? But leaving the solid layer. And I don't know, for some reason under the surface that seemed to break, because the very top surface that went fine, but underneath, I don't know why, but underneath broke. So why would that have broken? Last opposition. So how do I set this? Set block. Okay, so let's change this code to this. I'm gonna dip my toe into testing this a little bit. I think there might be a weird bug with the fluid and solid layers, because it should have been setting that fluid layer to nothing, but it was doing that as it was, it was doing far away, and then it was doing it as it came close to simulate how a pump would sort of slurp everything up. But like the fluid layer underneath was just like, it was just not working right. So if I put that back, right? This is going to be, what was this? 8 by 5. So that's 40, 80. It's going to be 80 blocks, because there's 40, 80 minus 1 plus 1. So that should be 80 blocks. Did that? No. I need a way of emptying these. This should be empty. Yes. Okay. So, if this works, this thing should be completely empty. Otherwise, it would remove the top layer, and then we would have yet another layer underneath that would be bugged out. And we could test this. Unsim tick. Tank.item stack. Okay, so here we have an F9. Then back and bomb and good to go. 10. There's your props. Items per liter. Liters per block. When filled. Crude oil. Not sure why it has to do that every time. Okay. Portions per liter. There's your 100. Portions per block. There's your 100,000. Right, so resolved item stack is your block. Crude oil. Good. Stack size. Remember, it has to pump a block at a time. Everything, anything under a full block, which would lower the level, right, of the block, it would just drain out, right? Because this game just drains anything under 7 would just drain it out. It's not a full block. Inventory of 0, yeah, that's set capacity. Okay, so block portion is infinite false. set block. There's your position. Right? So this was 2. So that was, yeah, that was under, right? So the set block. So if we do world, api.world .block accessor .get block at last .position. It's still crude oil. No, I don't want to do that. The set block didn't set the block. So the last stop position again, it's number 2. They did not like that at all. Okay, what am I missing here? Set block. I'm just gonna bomb it out. This would be under block accessor world. Block accessor. Block accessor base. Analyze. Extension used by relaxed Um, iCore Server API. .world. Why is the where's the I bet maybe it's iCore API .world. Oh baby. .block accessor. These are some low level interfaces, by the way. This is like nitty gritty, like world accessor. There's the block accessor. iBlock accessor. Analyze. Like the get block or set block is what I do. Set block. We want to find wherever that is. Block accessor base. Okay. Int layer. Right here. Set block. Calls this one. It's not world gen. It's not updating the height map. I want to say it's relaxed. Set block internal. Like, something is happening with the set block that's not actually setting the block. And I don't understand why it's not setting the block. Like, it should be setting the block. So the layer, the position, blah, blah, blah. Get chunk, unpack, set block internal. This dot synchronize, relight, blah, blah, blah. So we can go to set block internal. Set solid block, set fluid block. Like, why is this not... It's not... The set block here is setting the block, Like, why is this not setting the block? The fluid will automatically set in the fluid later. The solid will be emptied. Like block dot air, block global constant dot air, block. I know it's 0 is air. Block ID 0 is always air. Set fluid block. Fluid block ID. If fluid block ID equals 0. Why is this call not doing what it needs to do? Could this be running? This tick listener, this function is only run on the server. Okay. We're going to set a breakpoint. We're going to set a condition where last dot position dot y equals 2. Okay. So now this dot fluid positions. Yeah. There's 75 fluid positions. We have a 1 on here. Wait, didn't I set the condition already? Last dot position dot y equals 1. Okay. So if we go through here, let's collapse this down so we can actually see. So last dot position wait, I could have sworn I commented this code out. What? We're on the server. So this is the relaxed block accessor. I assumed that right. Last dot position. Set block. What is going on here? I've never had this not work. Yeah, it starts, by the way, the world starts ticking before it actually, like... That worked. There's another depth 2. We're showing it as already air. What? I don't know what's going on. This is bizarre. Okay, I think this condition is still firing. Yeah. Hover the cursor over the refresh button. Okay, that worked. I've never had it not update in real time. Right? So if we do this, dot solid. Okay. And we F5. Okay. You can see it's crude and air. F10. Now it's air and air. And last opposition is 2. We're going to remove that. Why did it... Why did it stop? Zero blocks remaining. Excuse me? Last opposition is 1. What is it doing? Where is it going? Tank dot item stack. It should not be coming in here. It is. Where is this tank object being initialized? Tank. Oh, it's the internal tank. Okay. Jesus. So it's not pointing to the tank that's above it. Man, my brain just got scrambled seeing that variable. The tank is the internal tank of the pump. So its capacity is 2 blocks worth, right? 2,000 liters is the internal, like, it's the internal tank. So it can pump 2 blocks until it, you know, it's constantly looking to offload. So if you have a pipe coming off the top, it's gonna, you know, unload slower, and so the pump will actually only pump when the tank has enough space for another block, right? Which is why it has 2 blocks worth of buffer. So it can run out, it can run below 1,000 and then get another block. Okay, so the item stack, right? That was null. Does not equal null. Tank dot item stack does not equal null. But why does it equal null at all? It should never equal null. Well, not really never, but okay. I'm getting distracted. Okay. Set block. Last opposition. F5. Now let's F10. I'm at a loss for why it's leaving behind blocks. This is gonna take some off-camera work. Because this doesn't make any sense to me at all. Whoa, with the time skip. Yeah, there's something hokey about this. This should be easily removing all of these blocks in here. I don't know why this is doing this. It makes no sense to me. I'm setting the block properly. It's being set by verifying through debugging that it's set, but it's not. It's it's showing that there's actually fluid there. The whole like tank.item stack does not equal null. And tank.item stack dot stack size or no dot no item stack oh, I set this one down here. Okay. Let's I think this is back to what it was. Let's look at the tank. Problem with the tank is I think you can shift right click. You can shift right click it and pick it up, just like a bucket. I think. Block unloaded. Where is my blocks? Fluid tank. If a player with an empty hand right clicks with a bucket, no. X squares empty. Oh, not. So if it's not an empty hand, okay. If it's not an empty hand, so what should I do? So how should I make it so you can clear the contents of a tank? A tank. I can make it like you right click it with a stick, right? Something really easy. We can test that out. Bucket player and active auto. If bucket is not equal, no. So this is checking if it's a bucket. So I can do this, else if, and then we can say if, because we already know the active hotbar slot is not empty. So now we can do if by player dot inventory manager at active hotbar slot dot items dot item stack dot collectible dot code dot path dot contains stick. Okay, that's a whole lot of blah blah blah. That's a whole lot of like, I'm just, every one of those dots I'm bouncing deeper into the tree, right? I'm going, okay, I got the player, then I bounce into the inventory manager, then I look at the active hotbar slot, then I look at the item stack, and then what is the item stack? Well, it's a collectible. Everything in the game is a collectible, right? That's the base class of both items and blocks, is a collectible. And then I look at the code, right, which is a more complex object because it has a domain, it has all, and then the path is just, when you look at a JSON file and you see code at the top, I might even have one open, I do not. But if you see code at the top, that's the path. And then that is augmented with how many variants and stuff. So if it contains the word stick, which is a super generic thing to do, but if I could introduce a custom item, like a tank voider item, and I could have that instead of a stick, right? So if we do the stick, we want to basically void everything in there. So we want item slot liquid only pull equals be tank as, or be tank dot get liquid auto pull from slot, block, well, yeah, block face, block selection dot face. Okay, so BE tank is the block entity here, and BE tank, we do this because it could be null, because we up here we say BE tank if block, if BE tank as fluid tank. If this check fails, BE tank is null. Well, we shouldn't get past that because this check is here, but just in case, we want to put a null check on that, and that's what that question mark does. And then we do if pull does not equal null, and we do pull dot set dot get dot set, no, what is it? Pull dot takeout. It's the entire contents of the stack, setting the base stack to null. Void the tank. You can void. Yeah, you can. You can, but you have to pick the tank up to void it, right? You have to have it in your hand, and then you can void it that way. This will void it right in place. You smack it with a stick, and boof, it just voids it. So just make sure you're not running around your base with sticks in your hand, right? Walk softly and carry no sticks. Okay, because I want to test this further, and I don't want to keep picking the tanks. I want to be able to, empty them. Okay, so we changed the other call in the fluid tank somewhere. What? BE fluid tank. Wasn't this where I set? No, I set it in the pump. Did not mean to hit that button, but whatever. So this set block, I don't know if this was right or wrong when I first started this process, but we'll test it again. There's something weird going on with the set block, and I cannot figure out why it's doing what it's doing. It's weird. Ooh, I need a stick. Do I have a stick? Please tell me I have a stick. I don't have a stick. Boink. And there it missed this one again. We need a trash can. We need a trash can mod. That's what we need. Somebody work on that, would you? We need a little icon down here for a trash can. I've been playing Stardew Valley, and I have a test world in Stardew Valley just to get. I need to like reprogram my muscle memory, but so I'm used to having that trash can on the UI that you just trash stuff. So yeah, a little trash can down here would be unbelievably awesome. Add that to the list of mods that if nobody else does, that I'll probably end up doing. Whenever I have a bunch of time. I did have sticks. There they are. I did have sticks in my inventory. Damn it. Okay, so what I want to do is that again. And then we want to, well, I wonder if oh, no. I didn't mean to hit E. Damn it. And see, there's no way to get your player, like, UI. Like, where's my... I need my player inventory. I know Minecraft has a way to do that. But yeah, the creative inventory is a nightmare of shenanigans. It's just a nightmare. Okay, so there... I need that still and that still. And I'm just gonna grab this. So we're gonna reset it. Let's smack that with a stick again. Smack, smack. That's handy. That's really handy. By the way, I'm kind of glad I did that. So we want that. And that. Oh, come on. I did the thing. Select that to there. And then I want to remove that and that. Okay. And so this, we want crude oil. TR. Liquids. U D crude oil. Oh, not that. Crude oil. Now, is this going to fill this up with buckets, or is it going to fill it up with... whatever. Fill. You fucking gotta be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. Give block vent engineering crude oil still 7. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Did I lose my selection? What? 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 Why did my selection go away? Okay. There. Oh, there it is. We want to do look minus. Look plus. Look minus. I just wanted to unhighlight that. Let's go to here. Fill. Okay. now. Ah, much better. I really should make this opaque. I wanted it like thick and like mostly opaque, but there's really no way to change the opacity on that. There's just not. They kind of hacked a solution in, but it's like ugly. It's an ugly solution. So this should detect 120 blocks, and we're gonna do this flat test again with a brand new thing. 120 blocks. Okay. I should actually put a battery in here. That would be smart. La la la. There it is. Battery. Okay. LV. Where's my MV? MV wire. Give me power. I need to add like a creative power thing just to I know. It's just like I know. There's all the debug things. You know, it would be nice. The fingers and toes are all crossed, everybody. This could work, and it could not work. And I might have to message Tyrone and be like, what am I doing wrong? Am I out of... Yeah, I'm out of juice. Oh, I didn't want to do that. God, what is fucking wrong with this thing? It pumped 119 blocks of crude oil out. And it... What is wrong with this thing? It... Oh, the 120th is inside of there. That's what it is. You can see 1,000 out of 2,000. That's why there's 119 in there. As soon as it ran out of stuff to pump, it stopped pushing fluid. If you had a pipe on top that was pulling fluid, you could mitigate that. But usually, if you put a pipe on top, it will actually, yeah, it should work. But yeah, I don't understand I'm going to take a screenshot of this. I think it's F12. Yeah. I'm going to have to message Tyrone because there's something going on where I set the blocks. You know, I'm setting all of these blocks just like I'm doing to the surface. As it's going in, I'm setting all those blocks to air. But because maybe they have blocks on top, it's not setting. I don't know what's wrong. This just seems it just seems wrong. So one thing I could do is set like organize it by layer, right? Keep the block around that, and then do the whole first layer, right? Without that, with keeping that block, then do the whole second layer with keeping that block, and then do the whole third layer, and just do the layer by layer thing. Right? So let's reset. Give me my magic stick back. I don't know why it needs to push that last amount out. Where do I have this in here? Fluid portions that count and not as infinite. Fluid positions that count as infinite. And tank dot item stack does not equal null. Or equals null. If fluid positions were out, and we're not infinite, and the item stack is null. Right? Do that, back to game. Ooh, it did not like that. Did not like that at all. Okay. Okay, that's going to require... That's going to require a different approach. So it's almost like... Yeah, it's almost like the blocks when they're set. If they have fluid above them, then it sets the block, not the fluid layer, right? It sets the solid layer, not the fluid layer. or something is happening where the fluid is cascading down and it's turning it back into a still 7, right? It's full and it's something is happening. Like I could test this. Let's test this theory. It's relatively easy to test theory. But I gotta figure out like where I could put some code to actually push it into. This is where it's pushing stuff. So yeah, I don't know. Because it's a tank, you can interact with it with a pipe, but the pump pushing fluids is faster, obviously, than a pipe pulling fluids. Although you could put like a super high-end upgrade in it and help speed that along. But how do we test? We want to test. We want to test this in as simple as way as possible. Because what I want to avoid is something like remember the Buildcraft pump. Every time it would do a layer, right? It would finish a layer, it would move itself down. It had not an infinite, but it had a little thing that would go down and then it would do the next layer. I was trying to avoid doing that. So I might not be able to avoid doing that. With these physics, let's do it with water first. Let's build a little test case. And we don't even need the pump for this, right? So we don't even need to deal with that. Let's see. I need 2. 2 is the most I'll be able to do. Okay. So we're going to put water down on the bottom. Full water. Then we're going to put water above that. Okay. Then we're going to remove the water. Okay. And then we're going to place the water, or remove the water above it. Now, the question is, does that first layer have water still? That's the fucking bug. Unbelievable. That is a base game massive exploit. So that means, right? Let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of it again. We're going to dig that down. Simulate that. Okay. Well, that one worked. Why did that work? Oh, stop bitching, you stupid character. Why did that work? I'm confused. right? So if we come down here and we put this back, and we put this back, and then we break. I can't swim up. It's a different. So is this? So this is flowing. Oops. But what about this one? This one's flowing too. Okay. So why then did that first test work? Okay. So again, okay. Break. So if we look then at that block, right? If there's no water. If there was water, it would be spilling out right now. So let's break. And then fill in the top. And magically, we have water. Like source blocks. Like water source blocks. And if we do it again, it doesn't look like it's creating a infinite source similar to Minecraft's mechanics. It doesn't look like it's doing that. But it's not behaving in a way... It's not behaving in a way that's consistent. And I think that's what the problem is. It's just... It's removing the blocks, right? Because it's doing the furthest away one first. So it's doing like the very bottom layer around the edges, but the fluid on the top of that is like it's resetting that. So how the fuck do we fix this? So in essence, what I would need to do is basically edit this shape a little bit, and then make this little basket drop and do it layer at a time. Basically replicate the Buildcraft pump. I really like the Buildcraft pump. It looked cool. It did exactly what you thought it was going to do. So what the Buildcraft pump did is it took the layer that it was on and any fluid above it. So the layer, anything above it. And then it would lower itself down, and then it would do the same thing. The layer, and then above it. So what I could do is refine the algorithm for fluid, so I could have one algorithm similar to the create mod, one algorithm that looks for infinite pools. But even the create mod, you have to put the pipe pull, the hose, you have to put that at the bottom. So even that is only looking at the blocks above. So the algorithm is the same no matter what. All it's doing is looking at the blocks above. But with the create one, you can actually control the level of it, whereas something like this, you wouldn't. It would just automatically. So, it would be like a hybrid of the two. You'd have a function that checks for infinite pools, and that might be the MV upgraded version, right? That actually does that, and the LV version is what it is. It's going to pump the fluid, and there is no infinite pool check. And so I can fork the two and basically create the LV version, which would be more affordable and powerable at 500 power per second. And then I would take the MV version, which would be sort of this. It would look kind of the same. Right now, I'm limited to one block, so I might color it a different. So the LV tier might change in terms of being based on tin bronze, stuff like that. And then the MB tier would be like a steel and be more expensive, and it'd be much more power hungry. I would take it from 1200 power to probably 2000 power per second. A very, very hungry thing. But you have to always understand the pumps are pumping more fluid than base game pumps. Because, the base game is millibuckets. So a bucket in the base game or in Minecraft, a bucket is technically 1,000 liters. Just to put it out there. When you scoop a bucket of lava, that's 1,000 liters of fluid that you have in that bucket, and then a millibucket is a liter. This game does it differently. This game, a block is 1,000 liters, right? And then the fluid portion defines how many portions per liter it is, right? Which is the normal one is 100 for whatever reason. I don't know why they didn't do 1,000. A portion, it would make sense if it was a milliliter, but a milliliter is admittedly a tiny amount of fluid. You measure injections in a hospital by the milliliter, so it's not a usable amount of fluid for cooking. You don't add 5 milliliters of stuff. So the solution here, rather than rewrite the entire fluid mechanics of the game, seems to be really go full head into the Buildcraft. I just have to figure out how to how to do the dynamic dropping shape, because basically what it is you're taking a shape and adding copies of that shape onto it. And I don't really know how to do that. If somebody out there knows, is good at finding a way to animate that, I would like drop it and like I'm gonna have to figure that out. It's gonna take a lot. I've got so much other stuff to do for the mod. Like I don't know how much of a priority it is. The thing works. It's just cheaty right now. The networks are all good. We got that going. So this is all working. This is all working. This is just it just needs some TLC. It needs to be redone, unfortunately. So yeah, it is what it is. It sucks, but I'm gonna have to I would love it if I could look at the Buildcraft code to see how they did it, but the rendering shape stuff is it's just all completely different. One does not translate to the other, which is unfortunate. But anyway, yeah. So some work there, and the networks themselves, yes, you're not going to get a perfect 100%, because just how the networks work. I would have to put a bunch of like custom code in there to like ensure that it's 100%. I don't know how I would want to handle that though. I don't know how I would want to handle that. But yeah, you can store exponentially more power, right, on an MV battery than an LV battery. So if we put an LV battery in, you can see it's 4,000 power, 40,000 power, right? It's a 10x increase in power that you can store with the battery. And if we hook the LV up, right, this is going to get powered on this side. It may, might take power from this, but usually it would come from there, and then this would fill up with this power. What it's doing is like this. The LV battery is limited by power per second, as is this, and this is able to give all of the power at once, and it just does it in order of operation. So it's like, it's just encountering this one first, and it's able to pull all of the power that it needs, and it's just pushing it into there, right? Which is why this isn't being touched, because this transformer is not. It's not pulling from this first. It's pulling from this first. And now it's full. So yeah, you're not going to get perfectly filled MV batteries. Not right now. Once we start generating MV power directly, then you're going to start seeing batteries fill. Right? When you have a network like this on the MV scale, where you have like a diesel generator that is generating MV power directly, then it would fill in the battery, right? It would see the battery and be like, oh, I'm going to push power into you. Push power into the transformers, that kind of stuff. But if it's left to load balance itself, if all it is a bunch of storages, it's a different section of code that's running that tries to load balance all of the storage. So it's a special case that I spent a very long time programming. Just to get it right. It's not perfect, but it works really, really well. All right. Well, I think that's good, unless somebody has questions, concerns, other issues, unrelated, other questions. Good Lord. Yeah, the crate was waterlogged, for crying out loud. So yeah, let's get that up. let's get that size increased as the last thing we do today. So as far as the fluids, right, you're just going to have to put up with a little bit of shenanigans in the interim. It is what it is. So let's get that block type MV transformer. Okay. And then we want so many windows. Model creator. Open. Shapes. Block. All right. Okay. Let's do this insulator. We want to drop this down 1 or 0.5. Yeah, 0.5. We want to drop this insulator down 0.5. We need the core to be 2. And I want this to be 1.5. Okay, we can save. Looks kind of weird. I think we're going to need I don't know why the origin doesn't scale. Doesn't move with the position. I wish it did. Okay, and then the core. You know, it's beefy. This is 500 power per second. This is 4,000 power per second. It's got to be a little, it's got to be beefier, right? So that's how this works. Let's move the top one up. First, let's make it 1 thick. There we go. That works. There we go. File, save. And then I want to exit and check the shape block MV transformer. Sometimes it scrambles, yeah, copper spool, block gold. Where's my insulator? Insulator. Why did it lose? 4. Center. Center and why did it lose those textures? Boy. What did I use for? The catenary mod explicitly is in game, the game domain. Because it is like a very independent mod. You can do a lot of stuff with the catenary mod, right? You could add it's sort of built for some future event where I split the mod into component parts. The catenary mod could be its own mod that other mods could depend on, right? It would be its own dependency. That's how I built it, which is why it's in the game domain, because I wanted to keep it there. What I should have done, if I would have been smart 3 years ago when I started this project, I should have just created a catenary domain, right? That would have been the smart thing to do. But for some reason, I was like, I want to put this in the game. I should not have done that. Should have put it into its own domain, because then you could have vintage engineering as a domain, catenary as a domain. I could even do like the pipes. I could have the pipes be their own domain. I could have the electric network be its own domain. Like literally, vintage engineering is 4 mods, like on top of one another, right? With some cross dependencies, but they're usually one directional, right? The electric network depends on the catenary mod, but the catenary mod doesn't depend on anything, right? The catenary mod is just like whatever, dude. Like it's its own thing. And so yeah, I could split all that out. Even to the point of like ensuring that different objects have their own, like they register all their own classes. Like I haven't done any of that work yet because I was too focused on actually making shit work. But yeah, like the mod dependencies are usually one directional. You have the catenary mod, and then the electric network depends on that, right? And then the regular vintage engineering mod, which is all the machines, depends on the electric network mod. And then the transport mod, which is essentially the pipe networks, right? That is kind of its own thing, right? It doesn't have any power. You don't have to power anything. It's not an electrical block entity, so it doesn't need the network. The transport mod is just you could split that off and just make a pipe mod. I could do that. But that would be like any bugs in that in relation to machines, I would have to like have multiple projects open and blah, blah, blah. And debugging would be really hard. So to make debugging easier, it's all in one code base that I can actually, step through on a single basis. And then some down the road, if it's perfect and flawless and bug free, which is impossible, but down the road, if it's much better done, I could basically split that off and just have a pipes mod. Just like it's the pipes that I build are based on the functionality or the way that the pipes with the Z pipes mod works in Minecraft. So I just based it off on that because I liked how it was done to be efficient. It was done to save processing. Okay. So here we have the transformer is done. Do I want to change the MB connection point? Do I need to change the MB connection point? I don't know. I actually don't know. Let's see. I closed the thing, so let's reopen it. MB transformer. I am not going to do that. Let's do the wire connection too. And then this. Oop. I wanted to scroll. Okay. So 7.14.7, we're gonna do this little project again. 7.14.7. Again, we -1, -1, -1. So that's 6.13.6. And then we're gonna add 3. So that's 9. Then 16 to 3. And then 2, 3, and that's 9. In my little cheat sheet, where's that at? Oh my god. As important as it is, I shouldn't have put it on a tiny little... Where's my little... It's on a tiny little post-it note. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's just a bank of decimal points and whole numbers. So I look at 6 and I look at my little cheat sheet and 6 and it's 0.375. And then 13 is 0.8125. And then 9 is 0.5625. And 16 is 1. That one's easy. All right, we're going to close this and not save it because I don't want to redo that damn texture thing. So now we look at this and go, all right, X1, we just match up those values. So yes, we are resetting this a little bit. So 375, Z1, 375, and Y1 is 8125. Oh, that's the same. Good. So X2, 5625. Oh, boy, my fingers just started. And then 5625. So that wraps around a little bit bigger of a node. And the only reason I do that, instead of being the exact size of the node, is just like, the only reason I did that is so people see it. Because if I just wrapped the node, the tiny little voxel, for one, it would be hard to hit because it would be a tiny little voxel, especially in the LV tier. So I wrap it around a bubble one bigger to just, it's just easier to hit with the right click. And that's why I do that. So we have now Visual Studio. This is how I don't have it zipped up yet. So this is how I would test it. I just want to test the LV because I want to make sure when we get done that the mod as it is ready to go, right? I can just zip it up and upload it and it's ready. I'll probably upload it to the members only channel first, just to see if somebody wants to test it and make sure that I didn't forget something. But now we have a beefier, right? We have a beefier connection there. And if I grab some MV wire and hold that in my hand, you can see the box is now around that, right? So it matches, it matches the battery. The battery doesn't have a long thing there just because I wanted to differentiate it between that and that. So battery or transformer. Very similar shapes, but I tried to make it distinct enough. I'm not a shape guy, right? If you have other ideas for shapes, there are limitations, both technically and texturally. There are limitations, but yeah, I would love to work with somebody if they wanna contribute that. But yeah, now we have a beefier connection, which the thicker wires do a great job doing that. So, all right, well that works. Pump wise, yes, the pump issue. It's an issue. Unfortunately, so I can go here, and I started. Now I have a change log here just to try to keep track. A lot of things because I wanted to document like all of these, and now there's something else that somebody mentioned, and it's specifically the translation. So die cast. What? Oh, this is in the game. I'm like, why is that not in there? It was in the wrong domain. Vintage Engineering, Lang. There it is. Now, die cast. There it is. Okay, so the reason why the diecasts all have the same description is, I don't know. Yeah, I guess I just copied and pasted using the extruder to make, pipe, metal screw, not really sure why I did this, but it's going to be, okay, using the extruder to make pipes, item pipes from tin bronze and fluid pipes from iron. Note: iron, fluid pipes, making fluid pipes with iron ingots. Use an extruder to make tin bronze ingots and fluid pipes from iron. Making fluid pipes requires a higher tier die cast metal. Meteor, iron, steel, titanium. Making fluid pipes requires a higher tier die cast metal. Because you're making it out of iron, you need something harder than iron to make iron things. So, in a general rule with the game, with the mod, when you have higher tiers of things, you need higher tiers of the thing that makes it, right? There are exceptions to that, and I'm not consistent, admittedly. Making fluid pipes, this is one of the cases like that a lot of people have asked, like, why can't I make fluid pipes out of the die cast? And it's like, well, your die cast is bronze, and you're trying to mold iron with bronze. It's not gonna work too well. Making fluid pipes requires a higher tier die cast metal. Requires the die cast metal of a higher tier. Meteor iron, steel, or titanium. Those are your options. To make fluid pipes, you need to use one of these three. Making fluid pipes requires the die cast metal of a higher tier. Requires the die cast to be made from a higher tier metal. To be smithed. Okay. I hope that clarifies it. Making fluid pipes requires the die-cast metal to be smithed from a higher tier metal. How about we remove that metal? Requires the die-cast to be smithed from a higher tier metal. There we go. I like that. Screws, yep. There we go. Now we can check to see if the screws follow that same rule. Does not, because I'm anything if not consistent. I'm consistently not consistent. Okay, metal rods from copper, brass, tin, bronze, iron, and steel ingots. I doubt metal rods also follow that. Oh no, this is also true. Okay, so you can see metal rod, it's going to requires the die cast rod, but of any durability, and that is only limited to copper, brass, tin, bronze, and iron from any durability. But if you want steel rods, you need the die cast to be of a certain thing. So I can then take this little guy, and we're going to go over to metal rods, paste that, making steel rods requires the die cast to be smithed from a higher tier metal. Namely, only steel. Making steel rods requires steel. Well, why didn't I include a titanium? Yeah. Okay. I guess that was right. Meteorite, iron, steel, and titanium. This is where the requires variance is, not down here. Derp. So steel rods explicitly are made from higher tier. Okay, so there we go. That is that. And then the wire copper. Yeah, MV is copper, HV is steel. HV wire, right, is from steel. I wanted to put aluminum in there. And it might happen eventually, right? It might become aluminum once I figure out how we want to do aluminum. But aluminum is an HV tier material. So it would be introduced at an HV, right? You'd have to go find bauxite, which is a thing in the game. Bauxite is usually the host rock to aluminum, right? Bauxite mines, stuff like that. So you would have to put bauxite through a crusher, through a chemical bath process to get as many of the impurities out, and then you would need a crazy amount of power, HV tier power, to then refine the aluminum and get aluminum ingots. So it's like you could introduce a pretty hefty machine process to get aluminum, and then once you have aluminum, that opens up a whole lot that you could do. If you wanted airplanes and shit, you could you'd go wild. Okay. So the die cast doesn't really matter. They're processing copper, so eventually what I would do is the HV would be very, very specific at a tier. So hopefully this organizes everything. The screws, I don't do that for the screws. Just because you're probably going to go through so many screw dies that eventually you'd probably want to make a higher tier, depending on how many screws you're going through. You probably want to make a higher tier just to not break so often. So like a steel one or a titanium one is going to have massive durability on it. Okay. I hope, as far as translation goes, that is helpful to people. That clarification. All right. My Vintage Story multiplayer playlist would have your mods. Do I put there have been times where I have a mod list and times that I've not, where I've covered it like on the very first stream. Like if you want my mods my specific mods that I've made, you just go to the mod DB, right? The database, and then just look at my name, and you can click on somebody's name if you find one of their mods, and you just pull up all of the mods that they have. And you can just look at every single mod. I've got 12 or 13 mods out for the game. Okay. I think that's good. Okay. Yeah. Other than the pump, which I didn't anticipate a base game bug with that. So let me look at this change log again. I just want to run this down. New MV networks, MV batteries, LV MV transformers, major bug fixes, we're going to pipe networks, chunk boundaries, debug commands. This is important. Debug commands for all of the people to debug their worlds if they have problems. Electric. Yeah, the mod config for electric doesn't actually do anything. Removed many dirty events to streamline client server data transfer. That's something to test. So if Robert or somebody has a server and you have a big factory, you can test this. Stand in your if you can monitor your real-time network traffic, stand in the area where the factory is with machines running. The machines have to be running. See what your data transfer is, and then go somewhere, far away. Let the entire factory unload, and then test that for 10 minutes and see what the transfer is. And then you could, if you isolated certain parts of the factory, if you had a big farm with a lot of animals, that's going to take a lot of bandwidth, right? So you have to specifically isolate what you're testing. If you just stand in the middle of your base that has factories, 500 pigs, and a bunch of other shit, and then you leave, well, it's any one of those things that's causing the bandwidth problem. So you have to be able to isolate what it is you're testing. So if you pose and be like, hey, I tested this, its bandwidth is high, and it's like, well, what was in the world? Can you show me a screenshot or a video of your test case? And if I see a pen with 500 pigs in it, it's going to be like, well, you need to eliminate that as a variable. Eliminate as many variables as possible, including mods that you have loaded, for crying out loud, and do the test cases that way. But I wish that there might even be some debug commands in the game that you can, I don't know, figure out how many block updates and stuff I don't know. I wish there was a profiling thing, and there might be one. I just haven't gotten into it. But okay, remove menu mark dirty events. So that we did today. The kiln now makes quicklime. That was a thing that's been requested many times. So I had to. It's a special case in the thing because quicklime is technically a cook recipe, and so I had to the kiln in general ignores recipes marked as cook, and only does bake, and so quicklime is classified as a cook recipe for some reason. The null checks for recipe, hopefully that mitigates whatever mod is breaking that. Output slot is full. Yeah, the sawmill. Okay, wires no longer rendered during temporal storm. Yeah, so this is a big change, and I know somebody's gonna report it. When a temporal storm is active, the wire renderer turns itself off. So while a storm is active, the wires are just not going to render. Just flat out not going to render. Because there's already so much stuff going on in the world. Like the glitch, the glitch mechanic where it's like it's taking the shapes of stuff and bending it. The wires are it's a way separate thing. And so it might be causing some weird interaction between the glitch mechanic and the shader that's being run and how the wires are rendered. So while a storm is active, the wires just don't render. And then once the storm is done, boom, the wires start rendering again. So it's just one of those it's just one of those things to just watch out for. And it doesn't affect the gameplay at all. Typically during a temporal storm, you have other things to worry about, right? You're fighting monsters. So you're not wiring your net your factory up during a temporal storm. There's a lot of other stuff going on. But it's just a rendering thing. The wires are still being created, and the wires are still there. They're just not being rendered at that moment. And there's probably a more elegant way to do it, but yeah. Any bugs related to that, by the way, let me know. Post them on the issue tracker. Oh yeah, the pipes. I changed the default move operation from auto merge to direct merge, and the difference between that is if you have a normal pipe pushing into a block or a machine where there's data that's different. So the best case of this is a heated ingot. When you heat an ingot automatically in the auto forge, I think it is, the electric forge, and that goes into a metal press. Well, that ingot is super duper duper hot, right? And then the next ingot is being heated. Well, what happens is the next ingot is heated. Well, the first ingot cooled off a little bit, right? If you have a recipe that requires 2 ingots, that first ingot cooled off a little bit, so the temperatures are different. in an auto merge, they won't merge, right? Direct merge is what is called when the player directly clicks the link, right? You hold an ingot in your hand and then you click a stack. So let's say you have a stack of 20 ingots that are not heated at all, right? They're not heated at all. And then you take an ingot that is super duper hot, white hot, right? And you shift click it into an inventory, it's not going to stack. But if you hold it in your mouse and you manually click that stack of 20, it's going to shove that super hot ingot into that stack of 20, and then it's going to average the heat for all of them, right? And so that stack of 20 ingots is going to get super hot. It's not going to get as hot. It's going to take that temperature, divide it by 20, and it's going to lower it, but it's going to average the heat to all the ingots. And so for the pipes, I changed it to direct merge just to see if this, I want to see if people don't like it more, right? Like if I start seeing people like the behavior is off, then I can switch it back. But for now, like I just switched it over to see if people like it better. But that forces the merge if it's possible, right? If the stack size of it, so that direct merge is a kind of an override of that. It's simulating the player actually forcing the merge rather than some automated like shoot, right? Shoots use that system. So, but anyway, that's going to do it for this stream. 0.4.3 is ready to go. I'm going to zip it up, put it into the members only. If anybody is in there, you can test with it, and then probably Friday, I'll post it publicly. Like literally Halloween. Halloween is Friday. Yeah, Halloween is Friday. That's nuts. So Friday, it'll be trick or treat, and the new version of the mod will come out on the mod hub for everybody. And I'll take Thursday. If anybody finds bugs between now and the release, I can go in and address those. But there's the known issue is with the fluid. I'm gonna have to redo the fluid pump and figure that out. It's gonna take a lot more work to do that. And I don't know how high of a priority that should be. I don't know how much people are using that right now. So yeah, that's going to do it for today. Please hit that like button if you enjoyed yourself. If you learned anything, or in general, if you want to support, please hit that like button. It really helps me out. And consider being a patron or channel member or donating in some way, it keeps me motivated to do this. Like literally, that's what, it's like imagine I'm holding a cardboard sign that, will mod for donations, will code for support, basically. Like I need some way of knowing that people are excited or want the mod to progress. Because it takes a lot of time. And, if I'm not doing the YouTube thing, if I'm not posting videos and trying to make the channel grow, then I'm working on the mod. I'm working on a mod. I'm working on projects. I'm working on contracts. If you have a mod idea and you want to pay for it, I'm open for that. So, kind of moving the project, moving my efforts towards, making projects, making mods, and seeing if I can build an economy that way. So anyway, thank you all for coming by again. Have a great rest of the week. Stay warm, and hope to see everybody back here on Saturday, where we're gonna just continue chilling in Stardew Valley. I'm thoroughly enjoying just kind of the peaceful, mindless sort of growing shit. Like I like that. So yeah, look back for that, as well as any interaction and just chill and laid back company. So see everybody then.